So here we are at this factory. The night is coming on. It's not dark yet. It's just, but it's in the transition period. Now, considering that it's really smoky all the time, the light dissipates quickly in a day because it's already foggy and cloudy. And now, before we go any further, so there was what I forgot to give you. Connie found 5 bullets in the last zone.
Yeah, I've already recorded
And
those.
you've wrote those down. Okay. Now, the other thing we need to do is to roll for the body count for back at the Ark. Because at the end of every session, you need to roll to see how many died. And so it's a d6 roll, and then one of you can roll it. And then we get to decide how they died. Players are encouraged to contribute to that. Anyone want to roll it for this day, this session?
I rolled a lot of ones last time, so hopefully this will.
Hey, 2 died. Not that I'm celebrating the death of people. All right. And let's see. Let me mark it on population now of 198.
So I would have said we've got them working on the farms, but I failed catastrophically about like where to put them, and I reckon 2 of them got like really badly irradiated.
Okay, that works. They got radiation sickness. They died from the rot. Okay. All right, and the last bit of maintenance. You all have gained 1 rot point.
How does that work with a droid?
Oh, you don't. You don't gain any rot. Sorry, I shouldn't have said you all. All of you with flesh gain a rot point.
Is this rot or permanent rot?
Just rot. And then we're going to make a rot roll. Every time you get a point of rot, you have to make a roll. I'm just going to add
Is that the little biohazard symbol here?
Yep. Okay. And if you get a... hold on, just add it in for all of the Kodiaks.
Do we get begin the session with mutation points equal to our mutations?
That was the next thing I was going to do, and animal points too. So, however many mutations or animal powers you have, you get that many points to add to your total.
In addition to what we've already got?
That's right.
Okay.
Unfortunately for robots, you don't gain E points. Energy points. Sorry, I couldn't think what it stood for.
Well, technically I lose 1 and then gain 1. So.
Yeah, there's that. So we just leave that out. Yep. If you're like underground for a long period of time, that's going to come into play. You know, like where you can't be to the sun. All right.
Yeah.
So
do you want me to go ahead and make that rot roll right now?
Yeah, I was about to say this. Let's all do that. So I'm going to roll for all the Kodiaks here. You're fine. Annika's fine. Oh, pretty close, room. Charlie. Oh! Charlie's hurt. Was that right? Did I roll this? Oh, hold on. I could have the... Damn it. Hold on. I could have the... Nope, he's fine, actually. He didn't roll... He got the radiation symbol, not the biohazard. And... Move that out of the way. Connie. She's fine. And Crystal's with you too, is that right?
Yeah.
Alright, you brought both dog handlers, okay. That's right.
Oh, wait. Let's see. No, I only brought 1 dog handler. No.
Sorry?
I'd only brought one of the dog handlers. Hang on.
Who else was it? I can't remember.
I think it's just Monica, Charlie, and Connie.
You only brought 3.
Yeah, Charlie, Connie, Annika, and
I don't know why I don't remember this.
We have 4.
I know you didn't bring Zissou, Prodigy, or Eobard.
Was it Crystal?
yeah.
We'll look at the
It
video.
was Crystal. Yeah.
Crystal's the other dog handler, so Crystal and Charlie are dog handlers.
Hmm.
Annika's an enforcer, and Connie's your.
I thought
stalker.
I'd only brought 3 along.
Yeah, looking at the recording from last time, there's just 3 of them, and it's the top 3.
Okay, I was wrong. All right, not Crystal then. I'll get rid of her rot point that I just gave her. And do not let me forget. When it is tomorrow, you can roll for ARC projects. All right. And you've added it. Oh, I gotta get. Oh, sorry, one more thing. I gotta add in the mutation points back for the Kodiaks. At least those that used. Well, now they get it whether they use it or not. And Coney. Right. Okay. So, you've just defeated these 2 burrowing sort of worms. Discovered they have a tunnel complex underneath. Annika's shoulder has been set from her dislocation. That does prevent her, or give her, not prevent, but gives her some negatives for any role involving force or fighting. Shooting, she'd be fine, but she doesn't have a gun. She only has her machete. But she does still have her mutation. Sonar. Charlie's got a little bit of damage, but he's okay. Other than that, I believe you're all quite fine. So, you're in this remains of this factory. It's not exactly sealed from the outside, and the roof is partially collapsed. But there is shelter. You can position yourselves, if you wanted to camp here, that is, to where you've got, walls on like 2 sides of you and a roof and some debris kind of in front of you to kind of keep you obscured, but not, a barrier from being bothered. It's probably the best thing you can hope for, at least what you've encountered thus far. You still have some daylight left. And so, I'll leave it to you guys to make a decision. Do you continue to find a way down into these tunnels? Or do you camp out for the night and figure it out in the morning? Or leave it?
Well, I think these tunnels are somewhat of a lost cause. Unless anyone has any bright ideas.
Well, I mean, it's worms. I don't think they're going to run off with any of the stuff that's down there. If we just mark where it is, we can try it again on the way back, or it's not that far from camp if we want to come back and get it later. We could bring some tools or something then.
Fair enough. And we don't want to delay ourselves from getting to the source of the crash.
Plus, we don't want anyone getting hurt trying to go down into it. Better to come back with tools.
Agreed.
Yes. Logic says we leave it till later.
Looks like we're losing light. Should we think about somewhere to camp?
Well, I mean, we've got a pretty good spot right here. I've got the tent with us. We can set that up, put it in a corner of this building, give ourselves some shelter. You guys can stay in the tent.
Sounds good to me.
Yes.
Does the tent give you a bonus for anything? +1 to endure severe cold. We don't have severe cold right now. How many people fit in that tent? Is it like a 4-person tent?
Let me look.
I don't think it states so.
I remember it as being pretty big, but not like giant. Let's see. Doesn't say.
No.
I think it's your call.
Well, I would say it'd be at least 4 people. Could be a 6. We'll go with 6.
It's a heavy in terms of weight, so it's not like some little personal camping tent or anything.
It's not one of those dome tents.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me look at that.
Kind of sounds like it could be one of those larger pop-ups that you can put chairs inside and fit a bear in there.
Yeah, although he's an extra large bear, so I would say that you could probably hold a bear and a couple of you really cozy along with the bear farts. Or you could put 6 people, maybe 8 at a squeeze.
It's not like I really need to be in a tent.
Nope.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll let the humans use the tent tonight.
I'm going to let the fleshy ones have the shelter.
Very kind of you both.
And you all have bedrolls?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a bedroll.
Nope.
Yeah, you don't need one, of course, Trace. All right, Trace, you do have the ability to shut down, although you're still aware of your surroundings and can reactivate. It takes a round to reactivate. You do have that option. And game terms. Sorry?
I was just going to ask what that meant, so you went right into it.
Oh, right. In game terms, it doesn't mean, as far as energy conservation, it only would come into play if you shut down for several days. You'd pick up 1 energy point per day. And that's how you can recharge without having a power source or, for your drone.
Mm-hmm.
But you're out of action for that many days.
So in this case, shutting down does me no good because I'm not going to conserve energy.
No, but it's just a story. Just for story if you have that option. But I just wanted you to know that you're still aware of your surroundings. It would just mean that you'd have a round to boot back up.
I think in this case, I'm going to stay active and just kind of patrol around while the others sleep.
Okay. You don't have...
It's a rough advantage. That means you always get stuck with guard duty.
Is what it is. But if I run out of battery, you have to carry me.
And, I forgot you had the wire system. Yeah, and you don't have any sort of infrared. Something to acquire, perhaps.
Yeah.
All right. So, how are you going to handle? Are you just going to keep watch all night then for them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just maybe kind of walk around as quietly as I can, checking out the factory, see if there's anything else that could be useful to me.
All right. One moment.
On the off chance, maybe I'll come across something like an e-pack hidden in a locker or something. It's a pretty big factory.
No, that's not what I wanted. All right. Trace, can you make for me, please? Let's see, what's the equivalent again? Trying to think of skill again.
What skill you're looking for?
I guess it would be scout or scan in your case.
Yes, scout is scan.
Oh, just make a single roll, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Throughout the night, there's a lot of weird sounds that you hear. Though they're not unlike the sounds that you can hear from the Ark. But at least at the Ark, you feel more protected and you don't necessarily think to look. But here, every sound that you hear has got your awareness peaked. But no threats come close to you. Some of the sounds sound closer than others, but nothing appears. But you have a very strong sense of just how unalone you are out here in the zone. From every corner a threat could come. And then you begin to see the sky begin to lighten. Slightly. It's a bit darker today, you suspect. It's going to be anyway, from this early morning. The haze churns with a slightly green tint to it. And it is now morning. Do you let the others snooze? Or are any of you early risers?
I would start making my way back to where they're camping to get them up and moving. Best to get an early start.
I've got my sleeping area set up outside the tent. Just got my big area rug that I use as a blanket draped over me.
Connie is up early, as you would expect for a stalker, and has perched herself up a little bit higher, up into the rubble to get scanning the area. Annika is... You can see she's wincing in pain a little bit from her arm as she's moving about. But she gets up, and Charlie is immediately tending to his dogs, who have slept around him. One of them slept by the door of the tent.
And
Oh,
I
goodness,
approach and
I'm really
see
not
them.
built for camping.
Two talking at once. Sorry, I didn't understand.
I wake up groggily.
Okay. Yeah, you're used to nice quarters, analyzing artifacts and reading text, and maybe this is a bit rough for you. What did you say, Trace?
Oh, I'd say I see them starting to rustle about as I walk up and nod my head and give them a good morning. That's something I hear people back at the Ark say to each other in the morning, so trying to mimic that.
Good morning, Triss. Did you have a restful night?
Well, it was uneventful. Lots of strange noises out here.
Disconcerting.
Well, thankfully nothing came to visit.
Yes, there is that at least. Shall we have a little food and get moving?
Yes, I guess y'all do need substance. Do you have enough, or do you need some of this that I am carrying?
I'm carrying quite a lot of food at the moment.
Just
Okay.
for reference, I think we did food at the end of last session, right?
Yes. So
Okay.
we could wait until the end of. Well,
Well, just
the last session ended at the end of a day, which is what we've just finished up. But yeah, so not end of session, but it's only at the end of the day for the players.
right. But I mean, the unit of grub just represents like 1 day's worth of food.
That's
though,
right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And actually, one more question: did we? I can't remember. I didn't go back and rewatch, but did Charlie get broken? No, it was Annika who was broken. Charlie never got broken at all. He just got damaged.
Yeah, he was about to get dragged in the hole, but we
Yeah.
saved him.
Oh, and then there was healing done to Annika.
Yeah.
Now you can choose. Here it is, recovery. If you guys want to spend the extra food, one grub each for Annika and Charlie, to have them heal another point. But that's in addition to the food they need for day to day. It's up to you if you guys feel like you can spare it.
I've currently got 5 grub and 1 water.
Yeah, I say we're a little early in our trip right now to be giving extra rations out. Let's, make sure that we know that we're going to have enough.
Okay. So we'll wait until the end of this day before you subtract any more grub or water. Although for story purposes, you've had a bit of food and a bit of water. Carefully watching the supply as you do.
Is there still any light or smoke coming from the crash site?
It is, if there is, you can't see it through the haze. It is a little extra dense today, or the sky is darker so it makes the haze seem denser. Perhaps some bad weather is on the way. But you were headed in the direction where you could last see it. Do you continue straight north, or do you want to jut across to the northwest.
Do we? Okay, so we can move diagonally on this
Yep.
map grid.
You can.
Okay.
So here or here?
Well, if we're needing to go northwest, if we're needing to go west at any point, we might as well move one of these movements as a northwest movement, just to save ourselves time.
Kind of what I'm thinking as well.
So.
To there. Okay. What do you want Connie to look for, focus on for this sector? So just to remind you, you can look under skills, under find the path, and where it says stunts, it lists 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 things.
So we don't have any zone cooks with us, I'm assuming, right?
No.
What happens if you eat food contaminated by rot? Does it give you rot?
Yeah. And you can remove rot back at the Ark. Well, there's a few ways, but you do, to do so, you do have to use water supply.
All right, let's have her do artifacts again then for right now.
Okay. I will make her roll for her. Wow. No successes. Shall I have her push? At the moment, she's rolled nothing that would give her damage, but if her next roll does, it will hurt her.
Nah, let's not push. I mean, I don't have to always find something. Okay.
All right. Okay. So you come into the zone. It's not as dense. There's well, the buildings are, but the road is somewhat cleared. Not that somebody has cleared it, but it's just you can navigate around it fairly well. And the buildings are tall around you.
Like how tall? How many stories would we be talking about?
You're looking at about average. Most of them are around 4 or 5 stories, but there's a few that's maybe 10 or maybe 12. It's kind of hard to tell because they're partially collapsed. But and I've got a map actually for you. One of the few maps that I have for this entire game. As I mentioned last time, finding maps for post-apocalypse that isn't zombie apocalypse is a bit difficult. I'll bring you to this map. I just got your tokens out. And you are all down here. I believe I have all the tokens. Yes, I do. You know what? I
Okay.
forgot. I forgot to get dog tokens. I was gonna make some. I forgot. Oh well. So
Yeah,
I
I
just
mean,
throw the tokens out there. So I figured Connie's up front, but you guys can decide how you'd be walking down this.
I was say, you could take this image and probably just cut it up into some pieces and puzzle piece yourself together some more maps from the maps that you've got.
That's true. I do have a few others, but some of them don't fit within a London setting,
Yeah.
which is a problem. But
I was just gonna say that's a way you could get some more mileage out of the maps that you do have.
yeah.
Rotate it 90 degrees a couple of times.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how would you guys be progressing? It's a little bit. I mean, there's obviously debris about and collapsed buildings, but where you were at before was quite decimated. And where's this? There
we're gonna keep our eyes open for any like obvious signs of like a good a good space to loot or something. But in general, I want to keep us moving and not get distracted by too many shiny things.
we go. All right.
But like if there's like, oh well, that we need to stop and check that out, definitely we will do that. But otherwise, I'm gonna try to be like, no, let's not go in every building.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna have to keep me on track because I've never seen this stuff and intrigued by what the creators have from other places, so I keep stopping and looking in windows, analyzing everything.
What order? So Connie's out front right now. Is that who you want to be out front, and then Charlie with his dogs?
Makes sense to me.
That makes the most sense. Yeah.
Where's Annika go?
Annika right now should probably stay in the back. Actually, Annika's gonna, wherever I am, she's gonna stay next to me just in case any trouble shows up. I don't want to risk her getting jumped or anything since she's hurt.
Trace, I think you probably, rather than being in the front, since you're kind of distracted, you're perhaps almost trailing behind somewhat. I have to keep looking up like, oh, they're getting away from me. I would have thought. And then
Yeah, I mean, I just moved myself into a position on the map that fits where I think I would be relative to Connie and Charlie.
Okay. Trace and McKellen, where would you approximately be?
Sticking close to the bear.
I'm kind of tending to wander off a little bit, looking in windows, and Orson would keep, hey, come back. Oh, okay.
All right. I'm going to group move you guys. And sound kind of echoes. It's almost like a canyon down here. And you come across the remains of a vehicle of some sort. I'll move you a little bit closer, Trace, so I can get this group better.
Okay.
That Connie's on. Although, as you get closer to it, you see that it's really smashed up and kind of rusted out. And being so exposed like this, you think Pontiac would really have a tough time doing much of anything with it. And
Well, we'll check the boot and everything, see if there's anything interesting in it.
okay. Let me see if there is.
I'm gonna go check, battery. Ever looking for power.
I've got to mute for just a second, guys. I'm still listening.
Trace, you don't detect anything even remotely resembling anything that has any bit of juice in it whatsoever. But what you guys do find in the boot is a container. It's a little bit rusted. It's metal. And McKellen, you do recognize the remains of some words on the side of it. And it says
Dang.
petrol.
Petrol.
And being able to sound the words and knowing what it means is a different thing. Would you know
Would I
this one?
possibly know that?
Can I comprehend?
Yeah, comprehend definitely for McKellen. I would say not, Trace, because you've come from a very privileged sort of, everything's powered by a reactor.
Okay.
But McKellen's got it.
Okay.
So you know, all of you know anyway, that any sort of motor or any vehicle type that you've seen in operation in this day and age is powered by the same stuff you drink to get drunk. Petrol, you understand, McKellen, was something that the ancients used. Not good to drink it, but is what they used to power up their vehicles, or at least some of their vehicles.
This is very strong alcohol. Too strong to even drink. But very flammable. And the ancients used to use it to power their machines.
Mm.
But you can feel that it's sealed and still has stuff inside of it.
Be a useful find. Can I gauge how much is left in it? I'll sort of shake it a bit.
It feels, just from the weight of liquid, it feels to be about 3/4 full. And it does smell. It's a smell you guys haven't smelled before. Orson might have. Backstory. Let's see.
He did not prevent forest fire.
No, he did not. He has a friend who has traveled with him, who was captured by the Hell Riders. I don't.
Well, I was as well. Yeah.
Okay, so no, you've smelt this before then.
Oh yeah, this is what they use to run their this you can run the the loud wagons on this.
That makes sense. We should bring it along.
Yeah, it's although this is very valuable. The people with loud wagons, they'll fight for this.
It is a tiny item, so it isn't going to take any weight. Who would like to carry it? I'll drag it to your character sheet. Or do you want one of the Kodiaks to carry it? It does make them a bomb.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know that this is dangerous.
You would know just from the fact that it's fuel that it is flammable and explosive. McKellen knows this for sure, but the rest of you can kind of surmise because you know booze is, and if this is a stronger form of booze, then you've definitely got something quite explosives here.
Yeah, if it's time, I'll carry it.
All right, let me drag it to your sheet for you.
I at least know what I'm dealing with it.
Ah, there. So it showed up under artifacts for you.
Okay.
And I need to modify it to say that it's 3/4 full. Under description. There we go. Okay.
So is this like a metal jerry can or a plastic one?
It's metal. Well, it's a weird kind of metal. It's not. The fact that it's not completely rusted out tells you there's. Well, I'm actually not sure if your character would know what alloys are, but something the ancients developed to prolong their metal. Not all things have survived, but some things have an alloy. Moving on. And just to detect your surroundings to make sure you're aware of everything, I need everyone to make a scan or a scout roll, whichever applies to all of you.
That's wow, lag.
I'm too busy being disturbed by the smell coming from this can. Ah.
My God, look at those. God, dude. Sorry, I rolled for Annika, but it just shows up as Game Master. Why is it doing that? She got 2 successes, and if I do it this way, will it work? Charlie got 2, and Connie got 1. Okay. I need to check one thing from an ability that one of you has. Okay. That's what I thought. All right. And so Trace and Orson. Trace are still looking in windows. Orson looking at his new toy. McKellen, Annika, Charlie. They got the same number of successes bonus, so you can. Any stunts for those? Yes.
Can I know sort of what generally we sent before we pick the stunt?
Oh, yeah, of course. All right. So you have detected something from on high, and the mist kind of obscures it, but you can. Something is rapidly coming down to you.
My stunt will be, how do I get away?
Okay, you've got 2 of those you can ask for.
I've got 2 successes.
Yep. So for every one you roll, you get to know the answer to one question.
All right, including the first one.
Yeah.
Cool. Is it coming for me? How do I get away?
Okay. And the rest are NPCs, so I'll deal with that separately. But yes, it is coming for you or all of you. It is coming from up high on the right, and on the left from behind you slightly. And how do you get away? You reckon, for you, anyway, from where you're at, back around in here, there's another crashed vehicle, but there's some rubble that you might get some cover from. There's also, this is kind of really dense rubble here, but there is some plant life. It might be a bit difficult. But as far as what's close to you is probably back in here is getting away. But you also notice that Connie and Charlie's attention are drawn to something in front of you. And you see both of them crouched down.
Oh dear.
And you saw movement from Annika. She's looking up to her right. And at that point, you guys hear this very loud, and it echoes down through this canyon of buildings. This loud screech from more than one source. And I need you all to roll initiative, but those of you who got, well, just McKellen and then the NPCs, can take a +1 on your initiative roll, McKellen.
Where's initiative again?
2 swords.
Oh yeah.
I gotta add you into it. And the thing is, giving you a bonus. I've put you in. But there's not a way to do a bonus when you roll it. So I'll have to manually change it. Alright. Connie.
Person's got a, what do they call it, a cricket bat?
Hmm.
Alright. And if had Connie had made her roll, you wouldn't have been so surprised by this. But she failed and is going to be fired. Swooping down, I need to see what there is going to be. Hold on. You guys are always quicker. Well, you see swooping down from the right this large winged creature. I mean, it's bigger than a person.
Whooping is bad.
And you should see it there.
Rash
McKellen-
fuck. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Now, happening too quick for you guys to make a know the zone roll to see what's what about it, because you're just reacting. But you all hear this, and you see Annika reacting. And McKellen, you do have the advantage to make a first action.
Okay. It's the usual move action, regular action, isn't it?
Yes.
Cool. So I'm going to dash into the cover that I spotted. And I'm going to use my agitator to hinder the trash hook. And shout, "Get out of here, you fell beast!" Try and shout loudly and distract him.
How does that work?
Actually, let me just check. Can it be used on...
You're talking about Inspire, actually.
well, yeah, the Inspire skill.
Yeah, because that can be used to against.
The hinder. Oh, it says person, actually, so I assume maybe I can't put on animals.
Yeah, because they'd have to be comprehend speech.
Okay. In which case, I'll just do cover, and then I'm probably going to hold the helping action until someone needs it later in this round.
Okay. And rapidly, this thing swoops down towards Annika. Poor girl. And why is it? Damn it. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. Well, it's gonna work out just fine. Wow. And it swoops down, and she manages, because she did make her roll, but she manages to kind of duck just out of its grasp. It had its claws come down and just missed her, and it's about to swoop back up. Whoops, I never began the combat. Whoops. And then it goes Orson. So you've got this large bird that's just swooped down right in arm's reach from you right now.
Okay. I'm going to use like my move action to try to pull Annika away from it. Is that something I could do with a move?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm going to try to club it with my bat.
Okay.
Listen, away with his brains!
And in the meantime, I'm going to
Oh
tell
my
everyone
God.
to get under cover. All right, so gear.
Just see what McKellen did for you.
Oh, what did he do?
He just rolled his
Inspire.
Inspire. You've got 3 successes on top of whatever you roll.
Oh, awesome.
That's a total of 5. If you push it,
Wow.
you're gonna damage your bat if you push it, because you've got a break.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I'll go with 5, and let's see. So I've got, how many successes do I need, and how many extras do I have?
Well, you just needed 1 success to hit, so you've got 4 extras.
Okay.
But it says, so you got 4 stunts you can choose here.
Right. Okay. Well, one thing I want to use one of them to have it fall to the ground.
Okay.
And then I want to increase my initiative score by 2. And then the other 2 are going to be bonus damage.
Okay. And your bat does 2 points, so that's 4 points of damage. It's on the ground. Right there in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And let's see, 4 points. Armor. No luck. And let's increase your initiative. Let me do the initiative. Well, I guess I can do it now, because it'll just move you up. Oops, it's starting your time again, but get past that. There.
Yeah, and I was trying to pull Annika away from where that thing is.
Yeah, so let's just move her back to here.
Okay.
And I'm going to, no, wrong thing. Gotta have that guy select. Bloodied. And I'm going to cover him with poison gas means he's on the ground. Just so we can keep up with that. And swooping down from behind. Doesn't see McKellen. Sorry, let me get what's the distance. What have I just covered here? Oh yeah, you can move that. It's gonna go for the bear. That's the only logical choice for it right now. And you can choose to defend. You will lose your attack for the next round if you wish.
No, I'll just do it regular.
All right. And oh boy. 3 successes. Now it's come up to your back, so I think your shield is probably not useful right now. So I would just roll your armor of your regular.
Okay.
It has managed to hit a claw at you. Hey. And let's see. It has knocked your bat out of your hand. And caused 2 points of damage onto your strength.
All right.
But you have the ability.
Yeah, I'm going to use one of my feral points for my huge size to reduce the damage by 1.
That's a reactive effect, is that right?
That's reactive. That's the one that doesn't trigger the feral check.
Oh, of course, but you do have to use a point for it. So that that reduces it by 1, you say?
Yeah.
Okay, so 1 point of damage. And I lost a feral point. Okay. And so it is.
It like rakes a claw down my arm and
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's swooping through, but it's still obviously down for this split second. It's still down. All right, Connie. I forget what Connie's weapons are. She's got a bow. She's gonna target. She sees another one. She's been reacting to something in front of her. You guys can't quite see what she's looking at. But she can. But she does have a negative. Which doesn't stop her. And armor. Ineffective. Bow. Stun 2. Yeah. She got a stunt. She's knocking it to the ground as well as dropping it, or giving it some damage. And let me mark it with poison gas to know it's dropped to the ground. Charlie. Let's see. forget what's. So I'm still getting used to these things, guys. So I'm sorry it takes me just a little bit of time. Oh yeah, I was gonna have these guys work in groups instead of me rolling for everything. Whoops.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
I forgot to give her. Tell you what, I'll let him. I'll roll a single die for him. I'm gonna leave Annika out of it because she was kind of pulled back and she can't really do a whole lot. But I'm gonna let him roll a single die to see if it's a success. I'll let Connie's attack do another point of damage. That's what I'll do.
Okay.
I completely forgot that. Skill. No, got a 2. Okay. Trace. So you've seen, you're kind of a little bit oblivious, but suddenly Orson, or you saw McKellen run off, Connie crouched down, and Orson just fling Annika out of the way, and then club this creature to the ground, which is down to your back right, and then there's another creature just swooped up behind you. All in a split second.
Well, yeah, I'm down to 1 energy, so I can't use my drone or wires, but I'd imagine I can attempt to jump on this one and hold it on the ground without using any energy.
Yeah, well, you can also do hand-to-hand combat. You can punch and
yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking as assault, is try to go over there and grab it.
You've also got a knife.
Oh, I do have. Yeah. So yeah, I'm a.
The one that's already knocked down, or the one that has just swooped down?
If it's close, I guess the one that swooped and attacked Orson. If it's close enough for hand to hand.
It is. It's down ground. So I mean, it's.
It's on the ground too.
No, it's not on the ground, but it's like, just above your head. You could do a stabbing motion and still get it, or you can jump on the one that's on the ground.
I'll attempt to go for the one that's just attacked Orson.
All right.
This one.
I'm gonna give you a -1 because it is moving quite fast.
Okay. Do that on the base or the gear dice?
It's neither. The -1's always on a skill dice.
Okay.
The green one.
Green one. Okay.
All bonuses or negatives are always on the green.
Okay.
A success. No, I thought a knife did more damage than that.
2.
Oh, okay, that's right. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Cool. All right. Armor. Not successful. Wounded. But still able to fly away. All right. Annika is going to move over to here and take cover underneath some of this rubble. That one has been knocked to the ground and can do nothing, so we're now up. Well, it's spending its time to get back up, but it is not going to be up and do anything this round. All right, so we're back at the top of the round with Orson.
Okay, I'm gonna go after. Well, actually, my bat, is it in reach?
It is. It'll take your maneuver to get it, but you can still attack.
I'll pick it up and then try to see if I can finish off this one that's on the ground.
Okay. It's not moving and it's on the ground, so I'm going to give you a +1 on that one.
Okay.
Remember on the skill dice. The green one. Well, it is moving. It's frantically trying to get back up, but still, it's an easier target.
Yeah.
What have you got? So. One success.
So that's just a success. And if I push it is when I can break my bat, right?
No, because you've got a yellow with a hazard symbol, so that means your ability, your strength would damage from it. If you push and you got a hazard on a black dice, then it would hurt your bat.
All right, sorry, still getting used to all this. Okay, no, I'll just keep it as is. Then I'll just take the success.
Okay, How does this die?
Are these? I'm trying to get a look at the token. These are just like birds, right?
Yeah, they're very giant birds with massive wingspans. It's basically a mutated hawk.
Yeah. So it like rolls itself over onto its feet and is getting ready to flap its wings and is like reaching up and screeching at me, and I just crush its head.
Yeah. These, well, I'll let you guys roll this later, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. But these things can reach a wingspan of 25, damn it, 25 feet.
Oh, geez, these things are enormous.
They're huge. They can carry a person. All right. McKellen, you're up.
I'm going to save my action to shout some encouragement
Okay.
shortly.
All right. That one is dead. This one is flying back up. And kind of goes into the haze.
Is anyone equipped with a ranged weapon?
Connie with her bow, and she's up next. And you guess what she's going to be doing.
Honey, it's taking flight. Take a shot. You can do it.
One
Or not.
success
Oh,
anyway.
no, there's one.
There's one anyway. And she'll get a +1 from Charlie. All right. And yes. Oh, wow. Well, she's only got your inspire point. It's only a damage of 1. Let's see what its armor does. Nah. Has wounded it some more, though. Alright. And skip Charlie. Trace.
Not really much I can do. No weapons.
There's one on the ground.
I thought that one was dead.
No, way up here.
Oh, well, it helps if I zoom out.
And how far away is it from you? Ah,
16 yards. 17 yards.
you could get there in a maneuver and attack.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna run towards it and attempt to stab it with my knife. Still a -1.
No, because it's on the ground. So +1.
Oh.
Actually, I'm going to have no mods on this because it's actually a bit of a stretch for you to get there in that amount of time, but I'll let you have it. But no bonus. You don't have a fight skill?
I have an assault, yeah.
Oh, you
But
don't
I have
any-
no points in.
Oh, yeah, of course. Okay. Bear cricket. Oh, my God.
I'm a
Okay.
protocol robot.
Yeah. All right, armor. No luck. And you do 2 points. Wounded. All right. Annika is remaining there. And the one you've just attacked has managed to get up on its feet. And it's going to attack you. Trace, that is. And do you have any armor? Yes, you do. Go ahead and roll it. You've got a lot of armor, actually.
Made of armor.
Yes.
Where is that
It's at the top, the front of your character sheet.
Oh, there it is.
No luck.
Well, that was terrible.
Yep, it was. So, you're going to take 2 points of damage. Now, damage for a robot is different.
Yeah.
You've got a robot damage location button in your macro. It says robot DMG luck.
Okay.
Stability. So you take 2 points of stability damage.
Where do I mark that at?
So on your attributes, your stability is 4/4, so now you've got 2/4.
Okay. Oh, that turned red.
Yeah, it does. Okay. So that's effectively your agility. Okay. Back to the top of the round with Orson. So
Okay.
you saw Trace running off really fast. And you saw Connie do it, shot again.
All right. Well, I'm gonna move and try to see if I can get to whatever it is they're going after. How far can I move? Would I
Let's
have to double move to get to the one that Trace is after?
Yeah. You could get up there, but you wouldn't be able to attack.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to charge it or anything because I didn't even know where it was to start off with.
No.
So yeah, I'll run up there and try to get close to it.
Okay. McKellen.
I'm gonna get out of cover and dash in that direction. And then I'm gonna hold.
Okay. That's 10. This one. Let's see. Oh, I was stuck on the measurement tool again. It's maneuvering right now. All right. Connie can't get a clear shot. So Charlie's gonna go instead, and he's gonna send his dogs. Sick 'em. And I forget how that skill works again. Okay. And roll. No luck. But Orson and Trace, a couple of dogs have just come up barking frantically. I must remember to get tokens for next time. Oh yeah, I didn't give him a bonus. Hold on, one more roll. Nah, still no success. Okay. Alright, that's Charlie. Trace, you're up. So this... Oh, yes, you held your roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna shout words of encouragement to Trace. Trace, you are the pinnacle of the ancients' technology. Do not allow yourself to become beaten by a mere bird.
So,
So
You
you
get
got
one success.
one automatic success, so...
You choose to. Fine.
well, I'm gonna attack it with my knife again.
Wow. Total of 3 successes. What do you want to do with your stunts? You've got 2 to choose from. You can click the word stunts there to get your options.
I'm going to knock it to the ground and extra damage.
Okay. 2 points plus 3 points of damage. Let's see about armor. Haven't been successful yet with their armor, but okay. No success with the armor, but how does it die?
I'd say, being a robot, I'm pretty strong. As I grab it, I kind of crush it and smash it in the ground, and I'm gonna stab my knife into its chest.
Very efficient and smooth. You've noticed, Orson, as she's done this.
Nice.
Annika's turn, and she's... Although they work in a group, but I'm just... Where's the other one gone?
Flying to the south.
Top of the round, Orson.
All right, everyone, pull back together again. Let's get into a group in case this thing comes back.
And you're gonna stay there? You're gonna move? Or...
I'm gonna move toward this open area right here, and try to give everyone a space to start coming in and get back to back.
McKellen, you gonna stay there? Or are you gonna move closer to them?
Move slightly closer to Orson, and I'm going to point at the hawk flying off in that direction, and look to Connie. Connie, it's getting away in that direction. It's only got a moment. Fire upon it.
And it comes swooping back towards her, actually. Wow, 3 dice. This is going to be grand. Connie, and she's going to get a +1 from Charlie. Oh my god. 2 successes +3, there's 5 points. I think she's going to throw it all into damage.
An arrow right through the eye.
Yeah, I'm sorry. God, not once did their armor. They only have 1 point of armor, but... So it's coming, swooping down toward you. Guys can witness this, the 3 of you in the center, straight toward her. And with bold courage, this 14-year-old girl stands up, draws her bow, and pierces it straight through the heart. And manages to jump out of the way as it comes crashing down into this rubble. It splatters.
And explodes.
And explodes.
Nicely done.
Ah, good work.
Now you can all make a know the zone roll or know nature roll for you, Orson. Good God. I know about animals.
Well, I mean, traveling cross country, I've had to deal with these things before.
I was trying to analyze for you, so okay. I'm not gonna. That's plenty of all those things. Okay, so are stunts relevant for this? No, because they're dead. How can it hurt me? How can I hurt it? What I had you roll that for is, Because it all happens so fast, but yes, you do recognize these creatures. You have heard of them before or have encountered them. Well, as you've said, Orson, you have encountered them. One thing you do know, they're known to grab their prey when they attack and take it up to their lair, which is usually up on high. And there the remains stay. Possibility some artifacts or useful items if you can find where their lair was.
Could I use a question like as sort of a variation on how can I hurt it to have a question of like, what are things that scare them off or anything like that? Or am I aware of anything like that? I doubt they have much in the way of predators. So.
Yeah, you do know that you've not known of anything that is, because you did get three successes. You don't know of anything that is bigger than them, at least that flies. But like an animal, fire can scare it off.
Okay.
Not just a fire burning, it had to be like a threatening sort of fire.
Yeah, someone shoving a torch in its face
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah. And as far as where a layer might be, you don't know, but you do know that one of them came from up here. Another came from up there. And Connie's... Can you see them? Here. Here. And Connie saw one up there.
Which one of those points is the tallest?
The one where Connie's... no, sorry. This one over here is a taller building. It's about 10 or 12 stories.
I'm not seeing your mark. Sorry.
Oh, I just zoomed in. Actually, it's just not very clear when I'm on the maximum zoom.
Yeah, I zoomed out so I could see the whole map, but I'm not.
Let me use...
Oh, I saw the little purple one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn it. Hold on, I'll make a permanent mark. There.
Okay.
There. And there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. I did make a lot of fog on this map.
So, one thing, if we want to see if they have anything good, we could, I say we just go straight to the highest one, because that way if they're not nesting there, we'll have a good viewpoint to see if we can see the nest from that high point.
Well, I'd say we couldn't spare the time, but we can kill two birds with one stone, as it were. Although we've already done that part. And get a look out at the cross site.
Connie, remember, she's an insectoid. She said, I could climb it for you. And
That would be great.
And she's also the stalker.
Alright, let me check my stuff real quick. Okay, yeah, I did not get the binoculars. Okay. Alright, yeah, you're clearly the best choice for that. So...
Takes her a mutation point, and she can... So, I'm going to say that... Would she be barefoot all the time? Because she'd need her bare skin to be able to grip it. Or does she just take her boots off when she goes? Collectively, I'm putting this out to all of you.
Well, I know that Orson is barefoot all the time because there's no way he has found a human pair of boots to fit him. He would have to have something crafted to fit him if he wanted to have boots. I'm assuming, since she has insectoid legs that are good for climbing, she's probably the same way, that, like, she would have a hard time finding anything that would serve as footwear for her.
Yeah, okay.
I, of course, wouldn't have shoes either.
Well, maybe she's got sandals, but she's cut off the front of it.
Yeah. Oh, that would be great if she had like a pair of flip flops that she like
Yeah.
kicks off when she wants to run up the walls.
Yeah. And the rest of the time, she's just clip, 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 clip as she walks around. Can you be quiet? You're a stalker. I mean, seriously? This was your choice? All right. And let me see. Huh. As if. And
Oh,
oh my god, you're gonna laugh at some of this stuff. All right, I'm gonna let her scan. Let's see, find the path. There we go. And I'm gonna give her a bonus because she's up high. Oops, it's a negative. Oh, come! Oh, she got one success. I can just make out some smoke. And
And does she see like a clearer path or something we could take to get there that might speed up our time or anything?
yeah, if we head straight the way that we're going, and then we need to kind of, looks like there's some collapsed buildings several hundred yards ahead. We might have to circle around that, but I think if we went slightly, just to jog around it to the west, we'll get around it really quickly.
All right.
I found
Hey,
some
Bird,
stuff up here.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what this. There's a chair. It folds up. Weird. And I found food
All right.
and something else. I don't know what this is. I'll bring it down. And I'm going to throw the chair down.
Okay. How big of a chair is it?
Well, it folds up. It's kind of. Here, let me fold it up. Okay, look out below. And she flings this chair, and it's an IKEA chair. That is what's in the rules, an IKEA chair.
and at her mention of food, I've been over here looking at this one bird I crushed. I was like, that brings me to wonder, can y'all eat this thing? Seems an awful waste.
If you want a belly full of rot.
Oh, didn't think about that.
All right. She climbs down, and let me roll here. Ah, 4. She's got 4 packets of instant noodles. It's 4 rations of grub. And she's got this little fist-sized black object. And Trace, you instantly recognize it as an E-Pack.
E-packs. Oh, was
And
that the only one?
that's all I found up there. And I wasn't. That's not me being a generous GM. I rolled it. That's what came up. But let me roll. It's Oh, you lucky. It's got a full 6 charges in it. Did you use your E-Pack that you already had to recharge?
No, I'm still at 1 point. I was kind of saving it to see.
Oh, okay. So you, well, it's up to you guys if you want Trace to have this, but some backup energy for her. What you guys gonna do with it?
Oh, yeah. If you consume this trace, then by all means.
Yes, energy is hard to come by out here.
So you can go ahead and drag another E-Pack from the equipment list. Make a note that it has 6 charges. Or if you want me to do it for you, no problem.
EPAC is actually not in the
Is it not? Oh.
item. I had to drag it from the book.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll get it for you.
Okay.
Oh, I know why you couldn't get it. It's actually an artifact. And you don't have access to the artifact list. It's alright, I'll do it. Just so I don't get it mixed up, the E-Pack you've got.
Looks like that one only had one. It said 1 charge. Or it didn't actually say anything about charges.
But the one you've already got is full. If you didn't use it, it's full.
So I get 6 uses out of it? Because I thought I read that it's like I roll a d6 and then it's drained. It's done. That's it.
Yeah, so I'm choking here. Excuse me. When you find it, that's how many charges they have left. But have you used it to recharge yourself?
No.
Okay. The one you just got, I just went ahead and rolled how many charges it has.
Okay.
So if you want to roll a d6, we can note how many charges are in. Is that right? Am I doing this wrong? Hold on. Okay, no, yeah, we can go ahead and roll it. If you want to roll a d6, you know how many charges are left in this E-Pack that you've already got.
Okay.
And then I'll drag a new one in there, which already rolled has 6. 1. Okay. All
Just
right.
my luck.
Yeah, that's right, but I'll make a note of it here on. Alright, the one you've already got, I've got listed the charges at the bottom of its description. And the new one. Ah, now why did that go into weapons?
Yeah.
It's not a weapon. Hold on. Why did it do that? I'm just saying it doesn't let me change it.
Yeah, because originally I just pulled it from the journal when it talks about your robot. There's a little gear section.
Oh, and you just typed it into it?
No, in the journal, here it says, under your robot, there's protocol robot, and it says the gear the protocol robot has, and it's got an E-Pack, and you can click on it, and there, I dragged it in.
Oh, okay. Here, let me get rid of the other one then. That's
And
weird.
then this one. Yeah, that's how I got it in there. 6.
Alright.
Okay, well,
That's significantly
Yeah.
changed your outlook on some things. Alright.
yes.
4 units of grub. Where are they going?
I think I've got the weight for them. Let me.
I still have a little bit of weight,
I am very
ability
frail.
to carry more.
Yeah, I'm down. I've got 1 grub and I've got weight for it. I'll go ahead and you say it's 4 units.
Yep.
There you go.
Are you taking all 4 of them, or just one?
Yeah,
of them?
I'll take all 4 of them. I say I gotta keep these knuckleheads with us fed.
All right. What are we gonna do with this chair? This is Connie. She carries it up and opens it out and sits down. It's kind of comfy.
Oh, anybody want to share? It's no good to me. I'll break it if I sit on it.
I have no use for a chair.
The elder might appreciate it as a gift.
Okay. You want to carry
Yeah,
it?
let's bring it along with us. Out. Who wants to tote it?
It looks a little weighty for me.
Is it considered a light item, or what's it considered?
I was just looking that up. It doesn't list things for this, but it would be quite light. Not a tiny item, but I think was the next category light.
Yeah.
Mm.
So was that 1 point? Is that how that works? If I remember right.
Let's see. Looking at my gear that I'm just looking at here, like a tent is 2 units. A flashlight, my flashlight, which is like a crank flashlight, and my bedroll are both 1s, and then like a tinder box is half a unit. So then like the water skin, the satchel bag, and the jerry can are all 0s.
Wrong thing. Damn it. Oh, I got you. Yeah, a light item is a half. That's what it is. It does it for you automatically. Is anyone carrying it?
Well, I'm guessing probably one of my gang would probably be okay with carrying it. They're not really loaded up with stuff.
I feel if I carry it, it would hinder my use of my drone. Because the only place to put that would be on my back.
Annika, I'll carry it.
Okay.
Since I'm not much use in a fight right now. And can't drag that to the sheet, so I have to write it down. Okay.
Since she's carrying it, she gets to be the one to sit in it whenever we make camp.
Yep, that's the rule. All right. Whilst they're doing this, McKellen, you looking about to the north of you there. Well, it's technically you're headed north, to be honest, but it's to your east. So the top of the map is east. At the end of that little bit, there's quite a large sign in front of that domed structure. And some of it's obscured by debris and ruins, but you do make out the word museum.
Now with signage and everything, I know we speak English. Do we actually read English as well?
No, the only one who has
Yeah.
the ability with letters and numbers are the chroniclers. The rest of you have
Okay.
lost that. And
Me.
oh yeah, well you can.
I'm an interpreter.
Of course, yes. But also, although I'm not making you guys do it, but the kind of English that you speak is kind of evolved to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you've ever seen the film Cloud Atlas, the way they speak in the future would be something
Is it
similar.
like, extra cockney?
Yeah. But
We only speak in rhyming slang.
yeah. But you do see that, and strangely, the front of it, those panels look to be made of glass, which it's not very common to see glass still intact, so it may not be actual glass, but it's still intact.
And do I know what museum means?
Let's see. I would have thought, as a chronicler, I mean, not everything in the past you're just going to know instantly that you'd have to roll, but something to do with knowledge, which a museum is. I would have thought that you would have a little bit of a knowledge about that. You'd know that this is where the ancients would gather together relics of their history or art.
This building here is a museum, which is some kind of repository for ancient knowledge. We probably can't delay ourselves. It possibly might be worth looking into on the way back.
Yeah, that sounds like a smart move.
If someone else beats us to the crash, we'll be in a lot of Barney.
I'm going to mark it on your map. Call it museum. Too big. There we go. Okay. And I need you all to make a name it. Okay, here we go. Another scout roll or scan. Successful. Okay, and yeah, something else I forgot to tell you is that this whole time you've been in this part of the city, the air feels a little bit easier to breathe, even though the haze is quite thick. I feel like the rot level is not so messed up right now. But the result of your roll, very faintly, you can hear a noise. And Orson, this noise has you on edge. Because it's the noise of motors. It reminds you of the sound that you heard.
Okay.
With the hell drivers. Now, it's... You got, let's see, you got 2 successes, and so did Trace. So the extra success, I'm going to allow you to deduce the fact that you are in like effectively a canyon, and there's more like that around here. But the sound is likely quite a ways away and not imminently upon you.
Okay. All right, everyone. We've got people in loud wagons driving around here. They're not close, but that can change really fast with those. So we need to be aware and be ready to hide if they come along. Because if people with that kind of resources are always dangerous.
Can you get any kind of bearing on their direction of travel? Do you think they might be heading to the crash site?
Maybe. Do I get any kind of bearing on which direction they're headed?
It's kind of hard to tell because the sound, the way it echoes, and the haze. You know, like when on a foggy day, how it kind of messes with the sound of things. But it doesn't sound like they're in front of you.
Okay. Let's try to just keep moving, is I think our best bet.
I agree.
Does anyone else notice that it seems particularly clear here? The rot seems to be abated slightly.
Yeah, I do. It seems a little clearer. Things look a little less tainted.
I wonder what's at the source of that. This place is certainly no Eden, but that's what we're looking for. Somewhere that's is unaffected by the rot.
Well, with our no natures, we saw that it's not unaffected, it's just less affected, right?
Yeah. Well, you feel like when you've been in places like this before, you've never felt sick.
Okay.
I wonder if there's any technology in this museum which is cleansing things, if only slightly. Perhaps we should go in.
I don't think we have the time to spare right now. Say if this place is valuable, then whoever's in those loud wagons may want to come check it out too. I want to put as much space between me and them as we can.
But if there's something clearing the air, then we can't let it fall into their hands.
Well, what do you think, Trace?
I see the logic in both choices. One hand, we need to go find out what is at the crash site, but having something to clear the air for those of you that breathe it, also logical.
The more time we spend here, the more that if these vehicle drivers are on their way to the site, the more they're going to outrun us there.
Yes. I also think that if there is something in the museum and it hasn't been found by this point, probably okay for a little while longer.
I also find it odd how intact the facade is. Look at the glass. It's not been shattered.
Maybe those birds scared others away, so they steer clear of this area. So more I think about it, I think if there's anything in the museum, it's probably okay until we can return.
Well, in that case, let's press on.
Very well. I'll look forlornly at the museum, but then nod.
Going back to the map. Gonna head straight north then. That's the direction that Connie pointed out.
Yeah.
Half your day is gone. And I'm going to make a roll for Connie. That's more like it. What are you having her focus on? I forget.
It was
Let's have-
artifacts, wasn't it?
We could hurry. Like there's two of them that. reduce
Yeah,
the
actually,
time.
I think doing one of the things where she speeds it up is a better idea right now.
Okay.
Go back to the skills.
Yeah,
here.
only takes half the time.
Yeah.
So normally it takes 4 hours to get through a zone and explore it. She can do it in 2 if you use the.
Yeah.
She has 1 extra stunt.
There's also an option to do it for 1, but you don't get to explore the sector.
True.
But let's do it for the 2.
Okay. And as you journey on, you leave the sort of canyons of the buildings that you've just been through. And part of the reason why they're gone is that before you, would you know this? The buildings are just obliterated and gone, just for probably as a quarter mile across, and kind of bowl-shaped into the ground. And indeed, you do see rubble strewn in the area surrounding it. You've just come over the lip of it. And two things become apparent to you. In the center of this bowl, which goes down a few yards, you see a humanoid figure dressed, looks what you would call a zone ghoul, as you've heard from stories. I'm not sure if any of you have encountered them before. McKellen certainly hasn't. Orson may have, and Connie may have. But what's interesting is that he or she is like mid-step. It seems to be frozen in place. Like it looks like they just paused in his movement. Kind of walking, not straight away from you, but not completely horizontal either. He'd be facing the northwest, actually. It'd be the better way to describe it. And then the other thing that's apparent to you, far in the distance, you can see just faintly through the haze this colossal sort of ring that juts up along the skyline that is at an angle, kind of to your right. It's kind of angled to your right, diagonally up into the air, but kind of pivoted towards you. And you can see the small hint of maybe little fires. And maybe some smoke. It's kind of hard to tell. It is a little bit still hazy. This could be your target of what you've come after. But it's on the other side of this crater.
Well, I I don't know what's going on with that thing down in the bottom of the bowl here. But I'm thinking whatever it's trapped in, we could get trapped in too if we go down there. So maybe we should just go around the edge of the bowl to get to the other side.
Better safe than sorry, certainly.
Yes. Seems like logical thought.
So that's that's going to be our plan, is to try to just go around the edge of the crater here and try to get to the other side.
Okay. Well, you did have her to go through quickly. Or quicker. And at that point, it starts to rain. Not a heavy downpour, but pretty steady. But there's no hissing when it hits the ground, so it's not acid. And you managed, especially, it's good that the crater is here because it kind of helps clear a path even though you're going around the edge of it, but the debris has kind of been thrown. You're able to get across this rather quickly. And I'm going to put you... Let me make a note of this crater really quick. Okay, and on the opposite edge of it, as evening begins to fall, you're much closer to this big thing you saw on the horizon. And you get up over the crest as night falls. And I have a handout for you to see. Under journal, there's a... Well, you won't see it yet as soon as I activate it here. There'll be a folder called Handouts.
Yeah.
And this is what you see.
Ooh. How big is it?
It stretches about 100 yards into the sky.
Wow.
And a lot of debris around it. There's lots of areas smoking. It's all blackened, like it was all on fire. And
We talked about.
there's a lot of debris around that's still kind of smoking, and what buildings and rubble there was here is kind of not anymore. But the area is kind of blackened everywhere around it. But something else you see, and you're still distant from it, but you see, looks like about 10 around the base of it. 10 metal creatures moving about. About 6 of them are really tall, lanky, nimble little arms and legs, and they keep bending down. So they're looking at something on the ground and they're moving about. And there's 4 others that are bulky and just stood rigid. For the most part, you do see them moving about slowly, but they're not expecting the ground. They're looking away from them. They're looking out and about. The trace you recognize. The spindly ones, the 6. That model is usually used for labs, some sort of scientific. But the bulky ones are armored and weaponized. You know them as sentinels. They don't see you. You're still quite distant. But night is coming up on you now. Oh, by the way, also the air around the crater didn't make you sick either. No rot point today.
All right, so we're heading into nighttime now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Which would be our best time to try to sneak up and get a look without being seen.
Well, those beings, they look remarkably like Trace. I wonder if we might be able to talk with them, bring them back with us to the runway.
Don't know. They don't look to be like me. They're doing their basic programming. The large ones are sentinels. They're guarding, and the smaller ones are scientific robots. Looks like they're trying to clean up and go back to what they're doing. I could try, but I probably should repair my damage and charge before I do so.
Yes, it would be sensible to do that, but I think the diplomatic approach could be the way to go.
Well, it still doesn't mean we shouldn't watch them and see what we can find out before we attempt to talk to them either.
Yes, very true.
That's the tall, spindly ones. They project a human face on a screen. And the others... look like that.
Guessing those ones are the sentinels.
They are.
Okay. Well, now that we've been able to take a look at the thing, or we spoke about it being some kind of sky settlement, it seems like that's correct.
Indeed.
How are we able to repair you, Trace? Are you able to instruct us on how we can do so?
Currently I'm able to repair myself, but it will take several hours to do so. If I was not able to repair myself, unfortunately, another robot would have to help.
Right. Well, do you think we can find a good vantage point, keep watch on the beings in the crater? To give you time to repair, and then we can see what they do during that time and make our decision then. Orson, what do you think about that?
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
And that's what we're doing then. Try and find somewhere to tuck ourselves away and watch the crater whilst Trace repairs.
Yeah, see if we can pick up any kind of pattern to how they're moving about or anything. And if they power themselves down at any point.
All right. Trace, for your repair, I was just rereading the rules on that. You're going to have to use one of those E-packs to give yourself some energy. Because it costs a point of energy per point of repair.
I must have missed that. Okay. Oh, okay. Yep. So I'm gonna use the one E-pack that's only got the one charge, the one I originally had.
Yeah. You only spend the energy point if you're successful with your roll, mind you. So if you fail your roll, you haven't wasted an energy point.
So
I'm also going to try to
delete that
inspire.
one E-pack
Trace.
and I'm back up to 5. Was it 5 I started with? Yeah, 5 energy points.
How'd you get 5? There's only one charge and 6 charges.
Oh. Oh, so it only brings me up 1 energy point? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. My bad. I thought it went up full.
No, it's whatever charges is in it.
Sure.
The other thing you know that you can do, you've got a charge cable, see, that's kind of embedded within you, but any of these robots you've just found, you can connect directly to them and transfer their energy over.
Okay.
Not something done very quickly. It might take you a couple of rounds in a combat situation, but and if they're not willing, you've got to be fighting them the whole time, but still, you have the option.
Okay.
All right. And then you can make a repair roll.
Before you do that, now then, Trace, whatever it is you need to do, we need to do it as fast as you can and as efficiently as you can. We need you in full working order.
Oh,
Man.
What happens in a fail? Let's see. Some of the penalties, don't they?
yeah, you're fine on that. But you have had a good run with that inspire skill. You've had
You
to
get in the
happen
way
at
of
some
people
point.
actually trying to help or hinder. And
Oh
can suffer.
no!
Oh no. I'm still my stabilities.
But you've got an energy point.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it had to happen sometime. Okay, to answer your question then, Orson, watching for a pattern, the sentries seem to have a discernible pattern of guarding the perimeter of the area where the lab robots are working. That seems to be what's the fixed perimeter is in their area that they're working. And how do I describe this in a way that you would know as your character? You can see the lab robots, they're inspecting just different bits of debris, different, almost like something that's very new to them that is quite common to you. You know, bits of rubble, they're looking at it, bits of scrap that they'll lift up and look and turn about in their hands and spend a lot of time with it. Some are down, dig into the ground. You can't tell what they're doing, but they've maybe a sample of soil or something and then they're doing something with it. You don't really know what robots do, but they're not putting it anywhere, but they're holding on to it and standing still for a while. And they don't stop. They don't shut down. the whole time. You've only been looking for an hour. Well, Trace has been trying to repair herself. Meanwhile, Connie is looking about for a place that you guys can hole up. And it is fairly sparse. Well, once you left the crater area, there began to be some buildings. Although quickly the buildings kind of gone because of this giant wheel that crashed down. But you do find an area that not quite as secluded as the factory was, but at least you can have your back to a wall and a little bit of an overhang, but not much, over your head. That's about the best you can find in the area, but it does seem to be quite clear from the robots. You think you remain undiscovered unless they expand their base of operations, their radius, but they haven't seemed to over the past hour. So, with that in mind, I wonder if you guys want to take our mid-game break right now while you ponder that to figure out your next move.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, see you guys in a few.
All right. Okay. So it is nighttime. And it seems to be that these robots are not expanding their base of operations right now. Although whoever's keeping watch, it's going to be their prime directive here is watch that and listen out for Hell Riders, I suspect. But
Oh, do we need to do food for today?
yes, we do. Let's do that before we go any farther. Oh, and there's one other thing we want to do. I want to make a roll for your gang left back at the Ark to see how much progress they made on the crops. So, but for now, everyone subtract 1 grub and 1 water, apart from, of course, Trace. Annika's got she's got 1 each left. So does Charlie.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm just going to take care of my whole gang from my supply.
All right, let them have.
So don't deduct any of their personal stuff. I'm just going to feed them all from here.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm carrying a bunch for them too.
So rations from the Ark, are you going to cook up those pot noodles that Connie found?
Sound appetizing.
All right. Go. Yes.
I was going to say that I'd had extra grub that we had found. Was that the stuff that Connie had found?
Yeah, there was four units. That's the pot noodles.
Okay. Yeah, so we're there. We're eating the pot noodles tonight.
Okay.
I got Oriental flavor.
All right. Did you guys get your water subtracted as well?
Yeah, I did that as well.
Okay. All right. Let's see. So, Orson, I'll let you make a roll for your. I mean, normally the GM does, but I'll let you do it for. It is an endure or know the zone roll for your posse back home, and there's 5 of them. So, let's see. Okay. It's going to be just if you click down in the macros at the bottom, there's one that says roll. And do a base of 4 and a skill of 4 as well, because that's going to be the bonus that the others have of helping. So you got a total of 8 dice. 4 base and 4 skill. One success anyway. And now down to 5 points left before the crops are done. And I will roll for Marlot's people who are helping.
Is anybody besides Unicorn doing the temple?
Oh, Marlot's people, they got 1 more success, so there's only 4 left for the crops. Did he not have some of Ascarshan's people helping with that?
Yeah, I
thought
think so.
Yeah, I thought that was the, make them feel better.
Yeah, I have put a note up in the chat for Unicorn to roll that. There's only 1 point left, and I would rather I'll hold off on that, but I'll make a note that there's a day's, because if it's going to be obtained, I'd rather a PC make it than an
Makes
NPC. But we can retro that, because mean, you're at nighttime, so you're about to have another day, and there's another role for all of this. By the time you get back, you're going to have crops and a temple waiting for you. All right, let me make a quick note. Okay, just to know about the temple. Okay, so is Trace going to be the guard for the night?
Oh, I can do half of it. I'd spend 4 hours attempting to repair myself, and
Oh, of course, yes.
yeah, my
Are we
stability
going to
being
bed
down,
down?
I'm shaking too much and just can't. Ah,
Should we approach the robots now?
Oh, yes. Yeah, do you want to sleep and do it in the morning, or do you want to approach them at night? I forgot you were debating that. Yes.
Well, I know it's dark, but we could have the problem of the motor machines arriving overnight. So perhaps we should approach them now.
Rested and healed and everything, I guess. Sorry. I see we're rested and healed. I guess we're probably just best, no one else has shown up yet. Let's take the advantage of moving in and making contact before anybody else.
I'd agree. And we'll, if she's okay with it, I would say to have Trace take the lead on this. See if she can communicate with them, and I'll back her up.
I'm willing to try that. I will go ahead and attempt to make contact.
So this will be in the middle of the night since you spent 4 hours trying to repair yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I thought we were waiting until we all got up in the morning.
Well, Trace needed some time to repair herself.
Right.
But, I think we should approach them now. I know it's a disadvantage to do so in the dark, but we could find that there's more dangers in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah, y'all could have ate and rested while I was attempting to repair myself, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're going to need 4 hours of sleep, all of you, or you get fatigued the next day.
Yeah, and it took 4 hours for me to attempt to repair myself, so y'all at least had that.
Oh, that makes sense then. Yeah, if we have to spend the same amount of time, then I guess we'll rest. But like not waiting for light.
No. So it is well dark. The robots themselves have lights that they're using to light up their area. How are you approaching?
I think rather than just walking out of the dark, I should charge up my
We should
flashlight
shine the torch.
and
Yes.
flash some lights at them to let them know that someone's coming.
How close do you get before you do that? There's all kinds of debris and stuff to kind of cover your way as you get closer, although once you get really close, it's kind of been thrown away from the blast.
Let's start doing that at what would be like maybe rifle range or something, so that if they do have long range weapons and start shooting at us, we can easily escape back out of it.
All right. And so are you... Go ahead.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna have a good distance in front of them so that they can take cover and see how these robots are gonna react. Because of course I could move out of there faster than everybody else can.
Right. Okay. And are you going to flash this flashlight like rapidly, or is just like on and off a little bit, or just to turn it on to show that there's something here?
Well, since Trace is the one walking in front of us, I'm going to give the flashlight to her so that she can handle that.
Okay, Trace, how are you doing the flashlight?
I would just say some rapid flashing.
Okay.
just so they can keep their attention on me and hopefully not notice the folks behind me, even though they're taking cover. So I'm gonna start walking up and flash my light at them a few times to get their attention.
So the 4 sentinels are kind of spaced. They're kind of like in a semicircle on this side of the wheel. Well, the lab robots are between them and the wheel. So your approach from the south, your approaching is from the same direction you're looking at the picture. So that puts a couple of the sentinels on the far side, well, kind of to your left, but, diagonally to your left. But the 2 that are closest to you, they instantly stop and face your direction. And kind of, they get a little taller. And you can see that their heads are scanning left and right. And you would recognize this protocol, assessing a threat. But they're not moving towards you. Would you... Yes, your internal sensors pick up that there is a network broadcast in this region, but you do not have the access codes to be able to engage with it. Do you continue moving?
I will, since they've shown no sort of aggression towards me.
Are the rest of
Have to
you
get
directly
closer.
behind her?
Yeah, I'm following at a reasonable distance.
I figure we're probably maybe about, I don't know, 10 meters back.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
And I'm going to hold up my hands as well as I'm approaching.
Okay. Once you become visible, the 2 sentinels that are on this side, they move, not on engaged with you, but because they were a little bit spread out, making this semicircle in front of the wheel here. But the one that's a little bit further from you, onto your right, comes up, so they're right in front of you. Saul, how close do you get?
I'd say not, more of a engaged range. I don't want to be that I can touch him just quite yet. So a couple of yards.
Okay, and then the rest of you are about 10 yards behind that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. I hope this works. I've done something. State your business. Do you answer?
I could barely understand what that was.
God damn it, doesn't work.
You changed your voice, but it was very,
you
very
changed your
muffled.
Yeah.
It's very, very what?
Muffled.
Ah,
Yeah, muffled. You couldn't make out what you said.
glad I spent time on it. Well, I'll leave it out for now then. Must not like to broadcast with it very well. Looking directly at you, Saul, in a very monotone, robotic voice, it said, asked, state your business.
We have come to see if we can provide assistance.
What are these organic life forms with you?
They have helped me survive out here, protecting me from the ones that wish to do us harm. Help find resources that are needed.
Before you even finish those words, the two of them take a step, one to your left and one to your right, and one step forward, and stand there and look back and forth at the flesh friends of yours behind you.
I am McKellen. I am a great friend and servant to the ancients. She speaks true. We are here to help you. I've still got my hands raised.
Withdraw or report for a full medical evaluation.
We undergo your evaluation.
Yes, I know I could use assistance with repairs. We also have another who could use some medical attention. It would be greatly appreciated.
They look at Orson. No pets allowed.
He is no pet. This is Orson. He protects our kind from those who do not like the ways of the old ones.
Name
I
is
am no one's pet.
Animal kind are not permitted inside. He can remain here. The rest of you can come. Or all of you withdraw.
Orson, I think it might be wise for us to go in and go through whatever this medical evaluation is, and then we'll see if we can talk them around on bringing you in.
He's eyeballing them and looking at the robots and just sort of sizing up his chances if he decides to just fight them and if he wants to try to dominate his way through them. But he doesn't want to put everybody else in danger, right? It's like, all right, I'll wait. But
You, and from behind them, in the direction of the wheel itself, another figure has emerged from the wheel. A slender, sort of graceful figure. And it's dark out, so you can't see it very clearly. And it gets closer. Let's see. Get you a picture. It is a female form. And comes up to right in front of these sentinel. And she comes up in a very peaceful, calm voice, and not monotone and robotic. Here, what is this? What is the matter here?
We saw signs of your crash out here, and we've come to help.
Yes, I could use repair as well as some of our companions, but they are refusing to let our companion Orson in because he is a bear and not robot or human.
It is not normal for animals to come inside. You have named him? You have named your pet?
He is not a pet, he is our companion, and that is the name he has given himself.
I have my own name.
Her head cocks to the side to hear you speak. Fascinating. I have never encountered an animal that can speak before.
Well, now you have.
Things are greatly different here.
She turns to the sentinel. Let them pass. I will take full responsibility. And then she turns back to you all. Terribly sorry about that. Protocol. Come with me.
Of course. You must be very careful in lands such as this. What do we call you?
Oh, forgive my manners. Katinka RPS 236. Or Cat, if you wish.
Pleased to meet you, Cat. I am McKellen. And with me are my friends Trace and Orson. Oh, Connie, and the other two.
And the other two.
Connie, Charlie.
I'm Orson, and these are my Kodiaks.
Good to meet you all then. This way. And she leads you up to the wheel.
Yeah, follow.
And she leads you to on the right hand side where the desk meets the ground. Near it is a metal door. It's quite large, actually, although it is at an angle. And she stands in front of it for a moment, and then you hear it, some mechanism move, a hiss, and then the door slides away. I must apologize. Everything is in a bit of a disarray, and it is difficult moving about inside. Being in gravity has changed things.
What is this gravity?
She looks at you and cocks her head to the side. The force that keeps us attached to the ground, and large objects attract other objects. If you like, I could go through the mathematics and how it works.
Well, that sounds fascinating. I do expect that there are more pressing things at hand.
Indeed. And with that, she steps inside. And you're in a large area that kind of, you see it slope way above you. And then down into the ground. And it's as if this entire ring is a floor, but the center of the ring is up, depending on where you are in the ring. So everything's quite a bit angled. If you were to go up, you've got to do some climbing amongst the furniture and panels, and what you see is something you've never seen before. It's so alien to you. It's very high tech, although it's very burnt. Smell of soot is in the air. Maybe at some point you were with Pontiac when some electric circuit fried, and the sort of smell that arose from that is quite strong. But you see something else. There are corpses everywhere, all burnt. Very badly, actually. And...
Humanoid?
Sorry?
Humanoid?
Yes. And although it is hard to tell perfectly because of their state of charredness, that's a word, but there's, just what you've seen, once you've come in, there's nothing, that would indicate any sort of mutation, any sort of difference. There's no, Connie's feet are different, and the way her legs are structured are different, and
Yeah, no tails, no lobster claws.
no, nothing like that.
These are ancients. Did you have ancients with you up in the sky?
Ancients, the humans. Yes,
Humans, yeah.
we
Yeah,
were up in
Orson's
the
a-
sky.
Orson's head kind of snaps at that. It's like, humans?
Our humans left us long ago. Those of us that were left behind in Mechatron, we have been wondering where they have gone. We have been on our own for some time.
You were aboard what's left of the space station, Hugin 457. Belongs to the company Mimir. There were 300 humans aboard this station. They too had lost contact with the rest. I see what you were talking about. The humans left this planet centuries ago, as it became uninhabitable.
So there are still more out in space.
Allegedly so, but we have lost contact with them. So the humans, with a desperate plan on this station, with food and oxygen and water running very low, decided to land the station here on Earth. They had taken spectral analysis of the air and water, and it showed that the surface was still toxic and uninhabitable, but here you are, habiting.
Habiting, but life is very hard out here. We've been searching for a way to. There are stories of a land known as Eden, where such troubles do not exist, and it sounds like it may be up there, amidst the stars.
I don't know that term Eden. But maybe it refers to another enclave of humans. Some of the humans remained on Earth in underground cities. Some took to the stars. Unfortunately, the humans on this station all did not go to plan. The strain on the station became too severe, and it heated up as it entered the atmosphere. The temperature rose several hundred degrees inside and burnt everyone up.
It's a tragedy.
It is sad. However, we are doing the next thing we can, analyzing the area and perhaps securing it for human settlement. That is what the robots are looking for outside, analyzing the world. We have much work to do. But, come. Oh, yes?
So you can bring humans back here to settle?
Well, we have lost contact with them. But, if we can prepare a place for them to come, they too may run out of supplies.
How did you contact them?
We were unable to. Or we lost contact with them, the humans did.
Yeah,
But how
these
did you-
these humans were already on board their ship.
But did you used to have contact with the other humans?
Yes. At
How
least
did you
those in
use to
space. Contact was lost with the subterranean dwellers many, many, many years ago. But there are others, or used to be, that we know of, in orbit before we lost contact.
The zone is riddled with underground tunnels left by the ancients. Perhaps they are passageways to their cities.
That remains a possibility. We must eliminate the threats that prevent us from exploring these lands. It will take quite some time. But let us take care of your injuries. Follow me. And do watch your step. It is dangerous. And she leads you down the slope, which is a little bit easier than climbing up. But it is difficult. And she takes you. You can, well, oh, no, you won't be able to read it because it's all burnt up in the corridor. She takes you into a room that has a lot of tables laid out. And who amongst you is injured? Ah. She looks at Annika. You are one. Charlie still looks a little battered. Up you go, on a table each. Orson, you were damaged, is that right?
Yeah, he got attacked by the bird, the trash, whatever they were called.
Trash hawks.
Trash.
I will have to consult my knowledge base for veterinary science, but I believe I can help you. And okay. She goes to Annika removes her sling carefully, and she's waving her hand over her shoulder. And next to her, she uses her other hand to move the soot from a panel on the wall, and you can see numbers and letters moving. It's a light comes from behind it. And then you see, it looks like a skeleton of a shoulder. And Katinka is looking at that. Meanwhile, she's using her hands on Annika's shoulder, and Annika starts to wince in pain, and Katinka looks back. Terribly sorry. And a panel opens up in Katinka's hand, and a needle comes out. This will stop the pain. And she gently stabs it into Annika's shoulder. And a big relief comes over Annika's face. And then very quickly, Katinka works and sets the arm and the shoulder better. So you're moved quite forcefully and gets better back into the socket. And Annika looks like she's feeling so much better. She still has dislocated shoulder, or at least the results of it. But game terms, she's going to heal much faster. Actually, it's been a day. I forgot to subtract that. She's starting to get some movement in it. And then she goes over to Charlie. He's only down. He's just down a point. And you see her. She sprays some sort of foamy liquid over where he was injured, or the pincers of the worm grabbed him. And it evaporates, and the whole area of his skin looks so much cleaner. And then she puts some sort of very, it's almost like a gel piece of cloth, a gelled piece of cloth that just sticks to him. And then she says, "Now with some rest, I think you should be good as new, both of you, by tomorrow. Now, let's look at you, you big old bear."
Okay, what do you need to look at?
Your injury. Just gotta open up your character. Do you have any damage at all?
No,
I thought you were injured.
I healed.
Oh, never mind. She doesn't even look at you then. We thought you'd been injured.
Yeah, I thought the trash hawk got you.
It hit me, but I didn't take any damage from it.
I know you used your ability. I thought you only knocked out one of the points, or the 2 points of damage.
My armor knocked off the other point.
Oh. All right. And then she turns to you, Trace. I am not an industrial robot. But I can try.
Maybe you'll have more success than I did attempting to repair myself.
She has repaired 1 point. And 1 point only. There now. Now you all look weary and tired, so perhaps some rest? Food? Drink?
Place to charge?
Ah,
Perhaps.
yes. We do have that. The backup system is working. The main system has gone offline. Burnt up in the entry. Here is a charging port. And she leads you to a space on the side on the wall. I'm afraid
Much
we
appreciated.
haven't comfortable environments for you to sleep in. They've all been burnt up. But you will be safe in here. The robots will stand guard outside.
You have been very kind. It has been a dream to meet people who have even companions of the ancients. Thank you. You should know we think in the area there may be a group of raiders with access to motor machines. You know, worrying that they may be coming to attempt to claim your wheel.
I must inform Edmund.
Is Edmund one of the beings outside?
No. He's a coordination droid. He is the commander. He has a hierarchy higher than my own.
We're eager to know how it is we can assist you. We have a settlement not too far from here, about 2 days' journey. If we could pool our resources together, we can work together to contact the humans that you say are underground, or perhaps even, if you have a way, if it means, the ones in the stars.
Shall see. Edmund is not as understanding. And she looks at Orson, and he would not have permitted you to come in. But he's not around right now. He is in the central hub. It's where he stays.
Perhaps we could climb up there and speak to him.
Yes, you could. But you want to rest first.
I think I'm too excited to rest, truth be told.
We actually just came off of a rest ourselves.
Oh, I see. Perhaps I should go speak to him first. Just in case.
Are you sure he wouldn't not wish an audience with us? Very
Well-
much want the chance to speak our case and assure him that we should be fast allies.
Well, we can certainly try. Oh, sorry, I lost a page. There we go. Okay. I should warn you, though. He is quite stubborn. And his sole focus right now is ridding the area of mutated threats.
Well, we can help you against those threats.
But I hope he doesn't see you as a threat.
Yeah, that was what I was just about to say. Would he see my companions here as being mutated and dangerous?
Yes, he very well could. But...
We are no threats. We are servants of the ancients. We have long awaited a chance to. Well, we hadn't hoped that they might still be with us, but we have followed their teachings.
Yes. If he is one who is based on data, he's not very imaginative, I'm afraid. If I present him with data, it might help. Would you all agree for me to give you some tests of your intellect?
I was gonna say, I don't think I have any data. Do you know where I could find some?
No, it is something that I would collect. A report based on an analysis of your intellectual ability. That would prove that you are not...
Ask us whatever you would.
Very well. And she goes cleaning about these areas on these walls. And you see more glowing sort of glass with text. If each of you would take it in turns to look at the images on these screens and select. You can touch the screen to select the correct answer. This will allow me to assess your intelligence and present that to Edmund. Now, I don't know if any of you have taken an IQ test, but it's about fitting patterns. So, to simulate, I mean, obviously, Trace, you don't need to, but
They could just download mine.
Yeah. So, to simulate it, I was going to have you make a series of wits rolls.
Shall we do this in turn?
You can do it at the same time if you want to, as long as you keep track. It's going to be a lot of rolls up there.
I want to do it in turn, because I want to puppeteer stupid members of the party to doing the correct answers.
Oh, hold on. I forgot you had that ability. Okay, you're going to use a mutation point each time you do it.
Yeah. So I want to try the test myself first.
Okay. Straight up wits.
Good at wits. Okay. A good start. How does pushing work again? Also, I would take 2 damage if I pushed.
That's right.
At least. I think I will still push. I'm kind of obsessed with these ancients.
Dear.
Yeah, so I guess the test is just so archaic and robotic that I just have no idea what I'm looking at, and I'm just completely straining. You can see like a look of pure concentration on my face. And,
Well,
With every
or it's one
answer
of those
I
ones
go,
that just
"Eh, eh."
asks way too specific of questions, like, the Hammers. The Ham is the name of what English football team?
No, it's all shapes. Perhaps this test is a little too difficult for you. Perhaps the environment of the Earth has affected your ability to reason. Who else would like to try?
I'll try.
Watch him get like 4 successes.
So just a straight wits roll?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not going to puppeteer anyone, considering I don't know any of the answers.
Got success. Well, this is strange. The animal.
Not really. I mean, not really. I mean, it's really just a question of finding the pattern within the sequence.
But for myself, I have not encountered an animal capable of doing such things.
You haven't encountered me before.
Most definitely not. And let's she gets 2 successes. Charlie gets 1. Connie gets none. Well, mostly positive results. There's only one of you that was unable to complete it, but anomalies do occur. But the fact that the animal could complete it, I think, will help in your argument with Edmund. Still, he is a difficult one to deal with. Come with me. And as you're moving about, you see a number of smaller metal creatures that almost look like spiders. They're scampering all over the base, cleaning areas, trying to make sense of rubble. And they move really quickly. She doesn't pay them any notice. And then she leads you to she leads you back up the way you came so that you could. Sorry, am I reading the map right? Hold on. That'd be the other direction. No, it's fine. She leads you back the way you came, but you're gonna have to climb a little bit. And that requires a move roll to be able to successfully climb. Or for you,
It's move.
well, still move, right?
Mm-hmm. It teetered on the edge right there.
I think I'm definitely going to struggle with this, I'm afraid. Don't suppose anyone has any rope or anything.
I've got my cables. I don't. Have I charged fully?
Yeah.
Okay.
Connie makes it with 1 success. Charlie does not. See what happens to him. And Anika makes it with 1 success. None of them have any spare successes to help anyone.
Do you need me to make a roll?
Yes, move roll, please. One success. So, there's no one to help with a spare success to help McKellen.
Well, take a deep breath and
You've got a single die, is that right?
I think that I'm so weedy.
Oh my god.
Ah.
Oh. Well, I could climb to the top and use my wire system to pull him up. Since I have a place to recharge now.
If I push, I only take damage on a 1, right?
Yeah, if you roll a 1 on your next roll, yes, you have the
Yeah,
chance. No,
Yeah,
okay,
still-
that's all you can do, but you haven't taken any damage at least. You've fallen about 10 feet. 9 or 10 feet. And so did Charlie. And you can try again, but you also run the risk of falling again. God damn it, Charlie failed again. Push.
Okay.
Ah!
Charlie, just stay down there.
Well, he made it, but you can see he's exhausted. Well, not exhausted, but he's tired, so because he pushed it, he's got a point of agility damage. Oh, I made it. So he's got his dogs.
There was one dog that just refused to climb, and that was why he's having so much trouble. It's like,
Yeah.
come on! Am I gonna have to carry you and climb at the same time? Like, yes.
That's how it talks. Are we doing this
Can
again?
you find anything? Can you find anything to pull me up? My frail, ancient 30-year-old body cannot take it.
Yes, I will help you as I start to pull out my wire and toss it down to him and hoist him on up.
All right. Get rid of an energy point.
Down in there.
Now this hasn't happened to you yet. So these wires just come from her hip and come down like snakes and just grab around you and pull you up. I don't think
Goodness
you've ever...
Christ. How long have you been able to do that?
Oh, forever. I've always
Incredible.
had the cables.
Quite a trick.
And so
Yeah, rather handy.
going up the spoke, as it were, towards the central hub. It's at an angle, but it's a little more manageable. You don't need to make rolls to move. But it's fairly confined, especially for the bear. And you're not finding the spoke run does not have any corpses of people in it. And you get to the center. And it opens up into a larger area. And you are behind. There's a chair. Not like a chair that's movable. It's a chair that's fixed to the ground. And sat in it is a robot. And he looks like this. And you can hear a very monotone, robotic voice coming out of him. And you can't quite understand what it means by what he's saying, but he's I hear him talking about, move on to the next sector. Report findings. You hear, those are some phrases that you hear that you think perhaps he's communicating with the robots down on the ground. And then he stops, head pops up, and then he turns and looks over his shoulder at all of you. And then he sees Katinka. What is the meaning of this? How did you get in here? And she said, well, I let them in. Here's a report of their intellectual ability. She doesn't hand him anything physical, but Tracy would know she's sending him something through the network, but they're not hostile.
Gerald at the wheel.
Sorry?
Boss Gerald of the wheel, we have come here to offer our aid. As companions to the ancients, we should be natural allies. And I'll sort of kneel and put my hand over my chest.
He's scanning over all of you. He spends a while doing that. You can see that he's somewhat charred also. He got hit with some of the damage. What aid can you give?
We have knowledge of the zone which you find yourself in, and we can find things to help with your repairs. And your doctor here says that you're seeking to contact the humans underground, and we are very eager to do so ourselves, to learn that they are there. We have knowledge of some of the tunnels that surround the zone. We can help you in contacting them, because that is what we wish to do as well. There is a great settlement of us a few days away. We have great resources to add to your cause.
He gets up from his chair and he moves, stands in front of Orson. You have the power of speech?
Yes.
He looks at Katinka and back at you.
I could sing if it would make you happier. I can.
This is heretofore unknown to me. But I am busy removing threats from the immediate area.
Have the raiders arrived?
Raiders? What raiders?
There are raiders that travel through the zone on motor machines. We heard them last night. We were worried that they might make their way to the crash site.
What are they like? Are they as you? Are they animals that can speak?
No. No. If it's the one, we have not actually seen them to see if it is the ones that I'm familiar with. But if it is the ones I'm familiar with, they are mutants.
Mutants must be eliminated.
Mutants are who live here now, for the most part. There are mutants who are a benefit and mutants who are a hazard.
Yes, Austin speaks the truth. We of the runway, we only seek to restore what we can of this world.
What is the runway?
It's our home.
The runway is our home.
Is it far from here?
Not far.
Few days' journey.
2 days hence, near the river. If you wish to travel with us there, and lend us some of your guidance, we would greatly appreciate it.
He holds out his hand, palm up, in front of you, and this beam of light comes out of it. And it spreads out to about a meter in diameter, and it's the best thing you could call it is a map, but you can see it's like floating in air, but you can see the river. Kind of matches the map that you've got, although it differs in a few points. And then you see a flashing area, and it develops into the sky wheel. This is where we are located. Where is your runway?
It's incredible.
Hang on, but before anybody goes pointing at anything here, you've said that mutants need to be eliminated, and that's the people who live at the runway. I don't know right yet if I should tell you where we are located until I know that you mean us no harm.
And he closes his hand, and it goes away.
It looks like I was literally just about to point.
Good timing. Very well. You say it is not far from here. Katinka says that you are not hostile, and are in fact intelligent. But you say hostiles are headed in this direction.
Possibly. We heard hostiles moving. A big event just happened. I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to come see what is over here. You know, your vehicle crashed. They're going to be looking for salvage from it. If I were a gang of motorized renegades, I would want to come look at it and investigate this.
All right. I'm going to need manipulation.
From any of us, or from us?
Well, no, from any of you, because talking.
We can help you against this threat if they're coming here. We have a bear with us, after all.
So I'll try to interact to see if I can share the knowledge I've gained
gonna push that
during
as
my
well.
travels.
I don't have manipulation. I only have dominate.
Oh, yes.
That's what I have in place of it, is dominate.
Yeah, animals do not have the ability to manipulate a robot at all. They don't even acknowledge them. It's like a barking dog to them. But McKellen from pushing it
Yeah,
has been successful, but you're drained. You're still confused from the intelligence test.
I'm doing everything I can to impress these things, and it's just stressing me out.
Yes, it is. And
sounds like real life when you're trying to impress someone.
yeah,
Yeah.
you have given me information to think about. And I will consider it. My task remains is to secure this area. And if there are hostiles headed this direction, I wish to be prepared for them. Come to me again tomorrow. And I shall have a decision.
Does my
Horse bus drift.
extra one count for anything? This.
I considered all of that when
Okay.
I did that. And where are you? So you're up. You can. There's windows here which aren't broken. Some other trick of the ancients to have durable glass. But you're considerably high up from the ground outside, because you walk steadily up the slope of the spoke of the wheel. And by the time you got to him to begin with, dawn had already started to come about. And you see a cloud on the ground, a dust cloud, stirring in the haze. Coming towards the wheel as you're about to leave. This was something, Orson, that you saw from the Hell Riders when you were first attacked. You noticed the cloud first before they got to you.
Yeah, it's heading this way.
It looks like it.
Okay, we need to let them know. So I'm going to go to. Are we still in contact with our female? What's her name? Is it Cal?
Katinka, or Kat.
Katinka, okay.
Yeah,
Kat,
you're still in the room with him. You were just about to go, and you
okay.
saw this. She's there too.
Yeah, I thought we'd gone to a different place. Okay.
No, not yet.
No, I'm going to point and like, there is your problem.
He goes over to the window, and you see him press a few things on some controls. And his arms are moving quite quickly, actually, despite being damaged from the fall. And
if they're anything like the ones I've met before, or if they are the ones I've met before, they're savages.
And you see him press a few buttons, and on the glass in front of him, it turns into an image. It's like you see a moving picture of these, what you call loud wagons. Quite a few of them, actually. Some of them quite rusty, some of them with spikes and and full of people. People's riding up on, standing in an open area in the back. Some packed inside, and there's a few different shapes and sizes. There's some that are two-wheeled, some that are four-wheeled.
Or do they have any kind of banner or anything that they're flying?
No.
Do any of the vehicles look familiar to me?
The style does.
But not like a particular individual vehicle or anything that I would know from the past.
Let's have you do a let's see, a scout roll.
Okay.
But do it as a -1. No, you don't recognize any of them.
And because I rolled a biohazard, I can't push, right?
Well, you can, but you're definitely going to damage.
Yeah. Okay, no, I'll go with it. It's like, okay. They're familiar, but not, I can't say for sure if they're the same ones or not. But they sure as hell act like them.
And you can see that the people, you describe them as ruthless and violent. Their behavior, because you can't hear what they're saying, but you can see their mouths opening and screams. And some of them have obvious mutations, and Edmund turns to you. Are these the hostiles you mentioned?
They look like them, yeah. That does not look like a good group of mutant survivors.
And you see him, he disengages from you, and he's gone over to controls, and his head moves back and forth like he's scanning something that's not there, like he's reading lines of text really fast.
Yeah. With renegades like that, I would expect them to want to strip you for parts or make you fight each other for their entertainment.
They are savages.
And he looks up at you and says, "Not if I have something to say about that." All units deploy. You speak to us of aid.
Yes, we are at your service.
Then arm yourselves.
Not a problem. One thing to be aware of, sometimes they take some of my kind, the intelligent animals, and take them and keep them as prisoners. Just understand that if you see any of my animal kind with them, they are not a part of what these people do.
Understood. Cat turns to you. Come now. Edmund has coordination to do with the Sentinels. We must prepare. There is a place where the humans kept weapons. Some may still be intact if you wish to see.
I would like to see that.
Yes,
Come.
I have no weapons.
And she takes you back down the spoke. And it is at the top of the wheel. We will have to climb.
Grace, I don't suppose you'd be able to do your trick again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, it's another move roll.
So first I'm gonna lower him down.
Oh, you're
Up in
going
energy,
up. You're
right?
going further up.
Oh, going up. Okay. So we're going back down.
No, you're going slightly down the angle of the spoke, but then once you get to the wheel, you got to go up. If that makes any sense.
So I make my way up, throw down my wire, pull him up, down to 3 energy.
Charlie makes it this time.
Oh, after all this, I need to take a quick moment to recharge before we start fighting it out.
Annika does not. Connie makes it. So Annika falls down and she's, I'll stay down here, just go. And Katinka takes you up. Did you all make it, by the way? Wait a minute.
I mean my roll.
I saw that. Oh, I see Saul's there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Looking up after Trace. Trace, could you pull me up?
Oh, already did it.
Oh, right, okay.
All right. And she gets you up. It's near the top of the wheel, so it's a little bit easier going once you're up there. But everything's upside down. And these rooms were storage and an armory. And she opens up this room. This was for storage. There is food and water. The humans have no use for it now.
Thank you. We will take
And
some to replenish stocks.
and you find, I'll tell you that you have 45 rations of grub and 24 rations of water. All
No, we
brought
don't
for
need
you.
that.
Much?
We don't need that for the immediate fight, but that's good to know that it's here.
Yes, but and then here's the armory. And it's actually kind of a large area. It's all upside down again, but there are 2 long weapons that look a lot like what Sixter has, and a rack to the side. And there is how to describe it? Clothing of sorts that it's got a like a helmet with a clear visor and gloves, boots, made of some sort of flexible material that looks to be like airtight and watertight. And
That's
then
cool.
there's
I doubt it's in my size.
and then there is a smaller sort of handheld. Looks hand size, sort of. It's like a scrap pistol, except it isn't made of scrap. But you haven't used any of this stuff before, so you'd have to do comprehend to have a chance of understanding it.
Well, I'm gonna walk over and pick up one of the larger weapons. Take a look at it.
With 2 dice, you're able to make it happen. You're able to just comprehend it in order to show others how to do it. You need more stunts. But for yourself, you understand how to use this. This is a shotgun.
I'm going to take a look at one of the smaller scrap pistol looking things.
There's only one of them. No idea. You know it's fires some sort of projectile, but you don't really get what it does.
Damn it. Taking all the mental damage.
My god, what are you down to? 2 points of wit. Oh my god.
This is like a scrap pistol, maybe, but I'm not sure why the trigger is.
Orson, are you trying?
I'm probably like looking right down the barrel as well.
Not sure how this works. Orson?
Okay. So we've just got the long ones and the pistol looking ones. We don't have any kind of like machetes or anything like that.
No.
I'm gonna think about any of this stuff. I'm gonna see if I can comprehend one of the long weapons.
All right.
Nah.
No idea.
I'm sitting there. I've got it by the barrel, and I'm just sort of like, I don't know. You could whomp somebody pretty good with this. Just swinging it like a baseball bat.
And
Seems a little flimsy. Just overcomplicated for what it is.
Charlie sees what you're doing. It's like, boss, that's a shotgun like what Sixter has. I think I can understand how to use it.
Oh heck yeah! Here, take that. Any of the rest of you guys understand any of this?
Oh, this is lost on me. I'll pass the small gun across to Connie.
So, yes, I know how to use this.
Connie looks at it like, I don't. I guess like a scrap pistol, but I don't see how you. I don't see how you cock it. I don't understand.
So do they have bullets for these guns here?
There are 6 they go for the large ones. So I'm gonna drag a shotgun out for Charlie. And shall I take 3 of these bullets then, boss?
Yeah, definitely.
I shall take the others.
So 3 bullets for you and a shotgun. And then there is this small handheld item that none of you know. Maybe Annika will know. Connie is... I've got my bow.
Suppose so. Annika, is this anything you could make heads or tails of?
She's down at the bottom.
Alright.
Are you taking it down there, though? Because that's... There's also this suit in here.
Does it look like I could carry it?
Let's see.
What's the encumbrance on it? Was like I can only carry 1.4 left of encumbrance.
Where are you at?
It's probably best to give that to one of the gang.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, it was made of very thick yellow fabric. It would weigh 1.
Well, I will have a go at comprehending it.
Okay.
I think my pushing days are over. But I do
Hey,
succeed.
there you go. This is not any sort of armor, but it does look like it would protect you very well from the rot.
Oh, this is some kind of anti-rot suit. Could come in handy. If you don't mind, I think I might don this myself.
Let me drag it to your sheet. There you go. It's under artifacts. It doesn't... I need to change its weight. One moment. There you go.
Oh, is this dev requirement technology 10? Can we not use it until we've reached
No,
that level
what
of
it
technology?
means is that if the ARC's technology level was 10 or higher, you wouldn't have had to roll to comprehend.
Ah, gotcha, yeah.
That's how that works. Okay, climbing back down. One more move roll.
Not looking forward to this part.
Come on, McClellan.
Connie
Get you
made
down
it.
there.
Connie made it.
I'm down to 2 energy.
Perhaps you could lower me down.
Yep. Come on.
Oh, Charlie. He ain't gonna be pushing that.
Every time he's just having to try to haul this one dog down with him.
Fortunately for him, he only lost his balance when there was about 4 feet to go. So he's just fallen, kind of knocked the wind out of himself a little bit. Lucky for him.
Wakes up to a dog licking him in the face. Just...
Yeah, okay. I love you too.
Charging. How long does charging take me? There's a source.
It doesn't take too long. You might be, judging by how far they are away, you might be able to charge up 1 or 2 points.
Because I'm going to need it having to carry McClellan around. I'm down to 2 points.
Well,
Thank you, Trace.
you can probably get a couple up.
Okay.
You can also charge up EPACs
Oh.
for the future.
Oh,
but-
I can
So
charge what I've got.
yeah, so if you can get plug it into the wall, you can get a little bit of charge. And then if you need something drastic, you've got a 6 charge E-Pack. But you can charge that back up later.
Oh,
Assuming
so
they're...
I could still have that empty one. I just assumed I tossed it. I wouldn't have thought about keeping it. Possibly.
So it's back up on the hill on the edge of the... When you were looking at this, it's there like, oh my god, I could have kept it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just says it exhausts their power. It doesn't say anything about them not being able to be charged back up.
It would make sense they could be recharged. Okay.
I went ahead and rolled for Annika for the handheld device. I assumed you brought it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you guys didn't know how to use this? Duh. Here's the trigger, right here.
Bang.
Well, it shoots like a flaming ball. It's not... I guess you can use it as a weapon. I think it's more for signaling, perhaps. It's a flare gun.
Flaming ball does rather seem like a weapon.
I figured it out. I'm keeping it.
Well, you'd be better at shooting it than I am.
Oh, my arm's still pretty bad. Or shoulder, sorry. Shoulder, arm, it's all the same thing. Yes. There it is. Yeah, it does cause damage. Short range only, though. Single shot. Yeah. Okay. Right. I think we should probably do a bit of maintenance and then wrap it up then.
Okay.
So we can roll to see how many survived in the arc. Someone else want to roll a d6?
Do it.
4 died.
If you killed 4 people, so.
I'm sorry.
How did they die? They don't all have to die at the same time. They could be. They could have been out in the ark hunting for food. Could have been a fight.
They were gunned down by
I would-
robots. I'd learned the location of the town.
I will say 2 were out looking for food and died out away from the ark. And then, yeah, we'll say a fight broke out.
Yeah, between a couple of the other 2 gangs got into a
Mhm.
scuffle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe Vinny poisoned them. Because they wronged him.
Yeah. Could be. And we won't do any food or grub because you haven't really hit the end of another day yet.
Well, yeah, because we already didn't we already eat for? No, we ate for yesterday. Okay.
Yeah. All right. And you're
Well,
about...
pushed and failed so many rolls this session. I've hit 10 mutation points. So it's a good place to start for the fight.
Oh yeah, I forgot about doing that. If you guys added any of those, that would have come up. I think it's only been you that's... I think you're the only one who's pushed and failed, I believe, today. Sorry.
Yeah, I've been making 3 dice move rolls like it's my job.
All right. Let me get to...
All I need to do is charge.
Once again, I forget what the experience points are. I haven't memorized an alien. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's about the same. It's in the first 30. It's like page 33 in the alien book. It's page 25 in the mutant book. All right. Did you participate in the session? Yes. Did you perform a day's work for a project in the Ark? Nope. Explore at least one new sector in the zone? Yes. Did you sacrifice or risk something for your PC buddy?
No.
Not on this occasion.
Did you sacrifice or risk something for the NPC you want to keep safe?
No.
Sacrifice or risk something to mess with the NPC you hate?
No.
It's back of the arc.
Yep. And the next one will probably be yes. Well, maybe not. Did you sacrifice or risk something to reach your big dream?
I think I did.
Yeah.
Mine is to find Eden, and I was like trusting these robots implicitly.
Yeah,
And
I was
like
gonna.
nearly gave the location of the arc to.
Yeah, let's not sleep, guys. Let's go talk to him now.
Yeah.
But I'm broken here. I need to repair my my arm. Whatever. No,
Wait.
now.
Well, your feet sure could use a polish. Let me polish those feet for you.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Well, only a couple points then this session, but there you go.